Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. As the committee session is conducted in a fully virtual mode, allow me to assure you that the Secretariat has made every effort to ensure the session runs as smoothly as possible and with minimal disruptions and technical glitches. As remote simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is being provided to facilitate the deliberations, distinguished participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working remotely, and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention delivered in the original language constitute an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing, or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personnel or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing and/or data loss. It is my honor to invite Ms. Armida Sarcia Alice Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Professor Petteri Talas, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, Mr. Haolin Zhao, Secretary General, International Telecommunication Union, Ms. Mami Mizutori, Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. I look forward to our deliberations as we seek common solutions to reducing our vulnerabilities to disaster and building resilience across the Asia-Pacific region. The COVID-19 pandemic, with its epicenter now in our region, has changed the world since this committee met in 2019. The tragic consequences and socio-economic hardships of the pandemic have been exacerbated by extreme climate events. The region has witnessed unprecedented floods in China, one of the deadliest cyclones in the Arabian Sea that devastated India's west coast, torrential rains in Bangladesh, the Philippines, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India, and massive wildfires that rage across Turkey. Indonesia recorded more than 70 floods and landslides in June 2021 itself. Extreme climate events occurring in quick succession signal an emergency that cannot be ignored. The recent IPCC report on climate change 2021 indicates an increasing trend of heat waves, heavy precipitation, droughts, and tropical cyclones. The expanded contours of our region's risk landscape have put the lives and livelihoods of millions at stake. It has also brought to the fore the need to prioritize post-COVID-19 resilience and disaster preparedness in the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Asia-Pacific Disaster Report 2021 assesses the human and economic costs of converging natural and biological hazards that are occurring along with climate change. Let me share 3 key messages from the report to further our discussion on how to build disaster, climate, and health resilience. First, notwithstanding the progress made by many countries in devising more robust systems of early warning and responsive protection, with far fewer people dying as a result of natural disasters, the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that almost without exception, countries around the world are still ill-prepared to deal with multiple overlapping crises, which often cascade with one triggering another. Tropical cyclones, for example, can lead to floods, which lead to disease, which exacerbate poverty. The report identifies hotspots where people are at greatest risk and highlights the vulnerabilities of marginal groups, such as the poor who live in several of the region's extensive river basins. Second, under a worst-case climate change scenario, annual economic losses could rise to 1.3 trillion US dollar or 4.2% of the region's GDP. Third, annual adaptation costs under the same worst-case climate scenario could amount to 270 billion US dollar, or equivalent to 0.85% of regional GDP, significantly less than the estimated annual economic losses of 4.2% of regional GDP. Thus, it is critical for countries to build resilience to respond to converging hazards that are impacting their people and their economy. The report suggests 4 pathways at the national level to building resilience: investing in policy coherence, integrating multi-hazard early warning systems, investing in climate adaptation and resilience, investing in climate and disaster resilient infrastructure. Furthermore, a sub-regional approach to adaptation will ensure the greatest benefits. In this regard, we are in partnership with our UN family and other international players to scale up our sub-regional initiative. May I give a few examples? In East and Northeast Asia, in line with the Northeast Asian Sub-Regional Program for Environmental Cooperation, or NESPEC, we are focusing on desertification and its interlinkages with climate change. In South and Southeast Asia, we are working on a new framework for managing cascading risks from natural and biological hazards. In Southeast Asia, we are supporting the ASEAN Secretariat to develop an action plan on adaptation to drought in the implementation of an ASEAN declaration adopted at the 37th ASEAN Summit. In North and Central Asia, we are promoting a multi-sectoral risk management approach to environmental disaster. In the Pacific, in collaboration with organization UN system, we are promoting universal social protection as a key means of strengthening resilience to disasters, climate, and health challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, we must recognize that disasters have no demarcations between natural and biological hazards, nor do they know any boundaries. Therefore, we hope that through this session of the committee, regional and sub-regional gaps in building resilience are filled. Countries across the region should strengthen their cooperation through overarching initiatives such as the Asia-Pacific Disaster Resilience Network, building on the Sendai Framework, the Bangkok Principles, and other sub-regional framework agreements. Countries could benefit from a regional strategy incorporating common and sound operational approaches for managing disaster risks in a more holistic, coherent, and systematic way. ESCAP, along with the United Nations family, stand ready to partner with member states and all stakeholders to build a more resilient Asia-Pacific region. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful deliberations.
I would like to thank Ms. Alice Chabana for her opening remarks. It is my honor to invite Mr. Petri Talas, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, to give his opening remarks.
Greetings from World Meteorological Organization in Geneva. It's a great pleasure for me to attend virtually this ESCAP committee on DRR. I would love to be physically there, but of course nowadays we are organizing all of the meetings in virtual format. And one of the big issues which you are going to discuss during the coming days is this COVID-19 pandemic impact on various issues. And that has been also an issue for us at WMO. It has had an impact on our activities and activities at the country level, how we are running our services and observations, and especially the less developed countries have been suffering because of that. Besides that, we organized a year ago a big conference to discuss connections between weather, climate, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have also published scientific papers based on that. And from our findings side, we can say that there's not a clear connection between weather and COVID-19. Usually the pandemics have such a connection, but in case of COVID-19, we haven't found such connection. The only correlation that we have been able to demonstrate is that there's a linkage between poor air quality and the pandemic. And this may be related to lung sensitivity once you are living in a polluted environment. And of course, typically in areas where we have poor air quality, we have also densely populated cities and areas. So that kind of connection may exist. But it's important to compare COVID and climate challenges. This COVID pandemic has had a very dramatic impact on our everyday life, but the duration is fairly short, most likely up to couple of years. When it comes to climate change, the successful mitigation, impacts of successful mitigation on our everyday life is fairly limited. It has an impact on our transportation means, how we produce energy and what kind of industrial processes we are having, and also we may also have an impact by changing our diet. So all in all, successful climate mitigation doesn't affect our everyday life very much. But if we fail with the climate mitigation, the impact is going to be felt for centuries or even millennia. So the scale of a problem that we are talking about when it comes to climate change, the scale is much bigger. So and it's more serious problem than the COVID, which of course has had a big impact on our life last year and this year, and most likely also the coming year. We just released the most recent IPCC report, the sixth assessment report, and especially its Working Group 1 report, which is talking about the physical climate issues. And from that report, we can say that we are going to see very long-term impacts on glaciers, snow and ice cover, on sea level rise, ocean acidification, and which will last for centuries or even thousands of years. That's because we have already exceeded certain level of greenhouse gases, especially carbon dioxide concentration. This doesn't return to the normal in a very short term. But what we can affect during this century or the coming decades is what's going to happen to the weather extremes. That means heat waves, drought, forest fires, flooding, landslides, and tropical storms. That negative trend we can stop in the coming decades if we are successful with climate mitigation. But the negative trend will continue for the coming decades anyhow. We have been very grateful for the cooperation with the ESCAP during the past years or even decades. We have, for example, joint activities when it comes to Typhoon Committee. We organize typhoon committees before every typhoon season so that the countries, independent of their development stage, they are well prepared to face the challenges caused by typhoons. Thanks for that great cooperation for ESCAP. Our most recent cooperation includes also Asia Pacific climate report for last year, where we demonstrated that we have again broken records in main greenhouse gases, and especially the most important one in carbon dioxide, despite of the fact that last year we saw a drop of carbon dioxide emissions by 7% because of the lockdowns. Now we have returned back to more or less normal emission levels, and this kind of 1 year anomaly in emissions doesn't change the big picture because of very long lifetime of carbon dioxide. We saw also temporal improvements in air quality because of the lockdowns, for example, in some parts of China. Last year was the warmest year on record in Asia, and I could mention that we have also seen record-breaking flooding, especially in Eastern Asia, and that has, by the way, happened also during the past weeks in China. For us, it's very important to assist our less developed country members and do capacity development. That's very important for WMO. And one very powerful way to adapt to climate change is to invest in early warning services. From our perspective, we have had financing mechanisms to support our members in that respect. We have CRUISE, which is climate risk and early warning services initiative, which is now supported by 8 donor countries. Most recent country joined is Finland. And then we have also European Commission financing for climate service development in Asia, Caribbean, Pacific countries, and that helps countries to enhance their, for example, seasonal prediction skills and also El Niño, La Niña forecasting skills. And then we have major gaps in observing systems in many parts of the world, which is having negative impact on the quality of early warning services, and that's why we have created a new initiative called the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, SOF. And we have major data gaps, for example, in the Pacific Islands, some less developed countries in Asian region, in Africa, and also Caribbean island states. And so that's our newest initiative, and we are looking forward to get financing, especially from the developed countries for that purpose. Finally, I would like to thank ESCAP for great cooperation. You are a very important partner for WMO, and we are looking forward to further enhancing our cooperation for the sake of the ESCAP member countries. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to address you, and I would like to wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you.
I would like to thank Mr. Talas for his opening remarks. It is now my honor to invite Ms. Mami Mizutori, Special Representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and Head of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be part of the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction and to welcome you to its opening. UNDRR is proud to call ESCAP a core and strategic partner, and I congratulate ESCAP on organizing the 3rd Disaster Resilience Week and on the launch of the 2021 Asia-Pacific Disaster Report. Since this committee last convened 2 years ago, the disaster landscape of the world has changed drastically due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has changed how many people view disasters, with the realization that one disaster can trigger another and that disasters can cross geographical and sectoral borders and last much longer than anticipated. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction has long recognized the threat posed by biological hazards and the potential they carry to cause cascading effects. The foresight was further articulated through the launch of the 2016 Bangkok Principles for the Implementation of the Health Aspects of the Sendai Framework. Both of these documents were incorporated into the development of the World Health Organization's 2019 Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management Framework. Altogether, the policy frameworks for how countries should plan, prevent, and respond to biologically induced disasters existed long before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. But words were not turned into action. What we need to do now is to ensure that the dire lessons on this disaster do not go to waste and that these frameworks are put into action through a regional strategy. That is why UNDRR is pleased to voice its support for one of the issues for consideration by the committee, which is that the committee approve the development of a regional strategy on disaster, climate, and health resilience covering the period 2022-2030. In the absence of a multi-hazard approach, countries will remain vulnerable to existing and future disaster risks and thus unable to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As documented in the latest IPCC report, many risks that we already face are being exacerbated by the growing climate crisis. The string of record-breaking weather events show that we do not have the luxury of waiting this out. Action must be taken now to address these risks. This includes increasing international funding for disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation, especially for countries graduating from the least developed category. In his oath of office for Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, "We are writing our own history with the choices we make right now. It can go either way, breakdown and perpetual crisis, or breakthrough and prospect of a greener, safer, and better future for all. We are all hopeful for the latter, and whether or not the world manages to build back better or build forward better from this pandemic will depend on enhanced international cooperation, and this is precisely the theme of this year's International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction on 13 October. That is why I am privileged to be speaking to this committee, whose work is critical to fostering that cooperation. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this session and for advancing our common objective of making our future a safer and more resilient place for all.
I would like to thank Ms. Mizutori for her opening remarks. It is now my honor to invite Mr. Ho-Lin Zhao, Secretary General of International Telecommunications Union, to deliver his opening remarks.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I applaud ESCAP for dedicating this year's Disaster Resilience Week to building back better from COVID-19. At ITU, the UN Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies, we believe that the ICTs have a key role to play in this effort. We remain more committed than ever to bringing the benefits of these technologies to all people in Asia and the Pacific, not only to respond to and recover from the pandemic, but also to build preparedness for future global emergencies. ITU members and partners have risen to the challenge by launching and building on several initiatives, including here in the Asia-Pacific region. For example, together with WHO and UNICEF, ITU reached out to mobile network operators in countries across the region to text people who may not have access to the internet directly on their mobile phones, with the vital health messaging to help protect them from COVID-19. Early in this crisis, we launched REC for COVID, a new platform that has support experiences and innovative policy and regulatory measures from around the world to help ensure communities remain connected. Through an initiative like Connect to Recover, ITU helps expand access to affordable and reliable connectivity in some of the least well-connected countries. And with GIGA, a global initiative launched with UNICEF to connect every school to the internet, ITU works to ensure that every young person in the region and the world is equipped with the digital public goods they need to shape the future they want. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Asia-Pacific region to rely even more on ICTs. I'm confident that countries in the region will seize the unique opportunity presented by COVID-19 to accelerate digital transformation and leverage the historical role of ICTs in tackling the dual challenges of climate-related disasters and COVID-19. I wish you a successful session and look forward to continuing to work with ESCAP, the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management, and all member countries in the weeks and months to come to build back better from the pandemic, achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and leave no one behind. Thank you.
I would like to thank Mr. Zhao for his remarks. I would now like to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, Director of Information Communication Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of ESCAP, to introduce the 2021 edition of ESCAP's biennial Asia-Pacific Disaster Report. The theme of this edition is Resilience in a Riskier World, Managing Systemic Risks from Biological and Other Natural Hazards. Before Ms. Bonapace's presentation, we would like to present a short video on the 2021 edition of the Asia-Pacific Disaster Report.
Amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, Asia-Pacific has been hit by multiple disasters. While climate change continues to warm the world, reshaping and expanding the region's riskscape, this new disaster health climate nexus must be addressed in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The 2021 Asia-Pacific Disaster Report provides new analysis and a set of recommendations to the disaster risk reduction community to address this nexus and build future resilience. The state of disaster risk reduction is a mixed picture. Many countries have achieved success in dealing with individual disasters. However, most are still ill-prepared for complex overlapping crises, especially the interaction of biological and natural hazards, and the interlinkages between impacts of COVID-19, disasters, and climate change. Recent decades have seen an increase in climate-related diseases. Adding biological hazards to the disaster riskscape increases current annual average losses to $780 billion. Under a worst-case climate scenario, annualized losses will almost double to $1.4 trillion, or 4.2% of regional GDP. The Pacific small island developing states and least developed countries lose disproportionately more as a percentage of GDP. This new riskscape gives rise to 5 hotspots. East and Northeast Asia. Heat waves and related biological hazards are increasing with the existing risks of earthquakes and tropical cyclones. North and Central Asia. Increasing rates of COVID-19 are superimposed on emerging risk areas of climate-related drought, land degradation, and biological hazards. South and Southwest Asia and Southeast Asia are now epicenters of COVID-19. The pandemic is overlapping with intensifying floods and cyclones in South Asia and drought in Southeast Asia. Pacific Island developing states. With emerging high rates of COVID-19, along with cyclones and multiple other hazards exacerbated by climate change. Prioritizing the hotspots for policy actions can help build Asia-Pacific's resilience to complex crises. Managing these cascading risks needs comprehensive solutions at national, sub-regional, and regional levels. Hence, a regional resilience response is proposed costing $270 billion, or 0.9% of regional GDP. For Pacific small island developing states and least developed countries, climate adaptation costs can be exceptionally high. The regional resilience response is underpinned by 4 policy action areas. First, invest in integrated risk analytics and embed cascading risk scenarios in traditional disaster risk management. Second, prioritize risk-informed investments in health sector, including those in diseases surveillance and control. There is a need to build resilient infrastructure and social protection systems that are shock prepared. Third, capitalize on emerging technologies and their data-driven solutions. The pandemic has accelerated the use of new technologies, and the region must continue to invest in such technologies. Fourth, boost resilience efforts through more targeted forward-looking fiscal spending. Key adaptation measures that yield high returns on investment include making new infrastructure resilient, strengthening early warning systems, improving dryland agriculture crop production, making water resources management more resilient, and protecting mangroves. Asia-Pacific is a diverse region with different riskscapes. However, what all countries should have in common are sound principles for managing these risks in a more coherent and systematic way, with principles that are applied with strong political will and collaboration at all levels.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to have the opportunity to present the findings of the 2021 edition of the Asia Pacific Disaster Report to you. As you have just heard in the video overview, resilience in a riskier world is the theme, and for this year's edition, we have analyzed how to manage systemic risks that arise from the convergence of biological and other natural hazards. Next, please. My presentation today will consist, first of all, of the main messages, and then I will provide some of the evidence that underlies the main messages thought. So the first main message is that many countries have achieved success in dealing with individual disasters. However, most are still ill-prepared for the complex overlapping crises, and in particular, the intersection of biological and natural hazards remains poorly understood. Second, the interplay of disease, disaster, and climate change is reshaping and expanding the region's disaster riskscape. When we add biological hazards to the riskscape, it increases current annual average losses to $780 billion. And under a worst case climate scenario, the annualized losses will almost double to 1.4 trillion, equivalent to 4.2% of regional GDP. And among the countries, it's the Pacific, small island developing states, and the least developed countries that will lose disproportionately more as a percentage of GDP. And so building on the hotspots that we identified in our 2019 edition, in this edition, we identified 5 hotspots of exposure. And these hotspots of exposure are exposure to cascading risks. So exposure to multiple risks scenarios that include the COVID-19 pandemic. And in some of the hotspots, existing vulnerabilities are intensifying, and in other hotspots, new vulnerabilities are emerging. And these new vulnerabilities are emerging because of the changing geography of disasters as climate change impacts accelerate. Next, please. And so we have proposed a regional resilience response. We have costed it at 270 billion, equivalent to 0.9% of regional GDP. This is a third of current annual losses, and under a worst case climate change scenarios, this cost is a fifth of what the losses could be. So this is an investment that would clearly have net benefits. And then to scale up the contours of this regional resilience response, actions are needed at the national level, and we propose 4. And then actions are also needed through sub-regional cooperation that addresses geographic specificities of the risk hotspots. So these serve as the building blocks for a regional resilient response. Next, please. So going back now to message 1 and looking at some of the data very briefly. In recent decades, we have seen an increase in climate-related diseases, and many countries are still ill-prepared to deal with these complex overlapping crises. On the screen, you see how dengue cases have been rising in the recent past at the regional level, at the sub-regional levels, Southeast Asia, South and Southwest Asia. We see similar trends with malaria, and an emerging public health problem, if not crisis, is heat waves. We heard the SG from WMO speaking at length on that. Heat waves can cause minor illnesses, but can also lead to very serious illnesses that impact disproportionately the more vulnerable segments of the population, notably the elderly and the young children. And heat waves due to the urban heat island effect, the impacts are exacerbated in densely populated urban areas. Next, please. So in this slide, we present the contours of the cascading riskscape. So the economic cost of the new riskscape at the current levels is $780 billion. But then when we look at the worst case climate scenario, the cost rises to 1.4 trillion. Next, please. And as we saw in the video earlier, the increases in average annual losses as a percentage of GDP under all 3 scenarios, the current, the moderate, and the worst case climate change scenarios. Under all 3, it's the small island developing states of the Pacific and the least developed countries that are the heaviest impacted in terms of percentage of GDP. Next, please. And so the study, the report identifies 5 hotspots of exposure to the cascading risks. The hotspots are present in each one of the sub-regions of the ESCAP region, and the percentage of people impacted is expected to rise as climate change impacts accelerate. And so in East and Northeast Asia, it's heat waves and related diseases that are the key concern. Next, please. In North and Central Asia, it's high levels of population that are exposed to drought and diseases that result as that stem from droughts, crop related to crop failures, food insecurity, malnutrition, even as the per capita COVID cases are among the highest in the region. So once again, an example of cascading risks. Next, please. In South and Southwest Asia, it's the exposure to floods and the diseases that arise out of prolonged flooding, among which are diseases related to sanitation, diseases related to malnutrition, and heavy exposure of the vulnerable segments of society. Next, please. In Southeast Asia, similarly, it's higher and higher levels of the population exposed to drought. And for many areas of Southeast Asia, the drought is a new phenomenon as the geography of drought changes and as new areas of the sub-region become enveloped in ever higher temperatures and prolonged seasons of drought. Next, please. And then finally, in the Pacific has for many decades been particularly vulnerable to climate-related disasters, and we now see there are also pockets of drought that emerge, and there are also pockets where the pandemic has had a particularly devastating impact on communities and on societies. Next, please. So in all the risk hotspots, climate change is exacerbating the interactions between disasters, diseases, and socioeconomic risk drivers. And the disasters where the climate change is likely to have the biggest impact is the heat waves, followed by flooding, recurring flooding, especially in the river basins, and then drought. So but heat waves, as you can see from the first bar in the graph, this is where we expect higher and higher impacts to emerge. And with these climate variations, new ecological niches are being formed for vector-borne and zoonotic diseases. And what we are seeing is a lengthening transmission season for these vector-borne and zoonotic diseases. And we also see a much wider geographic range where these vector-borne diseases operate. Next, please. So the annual cost of adaptation is 270, we estimate, under the worst case climate change scenario, 270 billion. And as you can see there, broken down by sub-region, it is East and Northeast Asia where the highest adaptation costs will be. And East and Northeast Asia also accounts for the highest proportion of the regional GDP. And so that would be around 190 billion. Next, please. And once again, in terms of the adaptation costs, it's the small island developing states and the least developed countries that will have the highest percentage of GDP adaptation cost, and the climate adaptation costs far outweigh the adaptation to biological hazards in the case of all countries of Asia Pacific. So climate change really remains the long term and the big challenge ahead of us. Next, please. So we have in the study proposed 4 national priority areas that can help us to scale up a regional resilience response. And the first one is we advocate for a change in mindset from traditional disaster risk management to risk management that embeds cascading risk scenarios. So there is a need to invest more in the development of composite risk matrices that will enable us to identify and stratify vulnerable populations and their varying needs and capacities. So by combining the risk drivers, the natural hazards, the novel biological hazards, and the recurring biological hazards, we can come up with composite risk indices that are more dynamic and that enable us to build rapidly evolving risk scenarios into decision making. Next, please. The technologies continue to evolve. Frontier technologies have opened up many opportunities through the Internet of Things, and underlying these emerging technologies is a wealth of data. And the interaction between data and computers and machine learning is enabling us to derive very deep analytical insights, and by also enveloping people as sources, as resources of data, there is an ever expanding gamut of opportunities that is opening up that allow for real-time assessments of the disaster and crisis situations. Next, please. There is a need to prioritize risk-informed investments in health infrastructure and in shock-prepared social protection. So it's no longer sufficient to be shock responsive. Social protection systems need to be in place ex ante crisis, so that when a crisis hits, the social protection systems are universal and they can be triggered without the need for legislation or for other mechanisms to be put in place. And the picture that is emerging in terms of the adaptation strategies is quite mixed in Asia Pacific. We see that 43 countries have at least one climate adaptation strategy that includes the health sector, but the health adaptation strategies are still very much oriented to the health sector, and we do not see much of health adaptation strategies crossing other sectors. And so we are advocating in particular for policy coherence between the health and the disaster risk reduction strategies. Next, please. And then the fiscal spending, the stimulus packages that were enacted to support livelihoods, to support people during lockdowns. Here again, a mixed picture, and we advocate, for more forward-looking fiscal spending that is more oriented to the long-term goals of climate adaptation, climate change mitigation, as well as universal social protection for more inclusion. And of course, once again, the adaptation costs are going to be the highest for the Pacific small island developing countries, followed by South and Southwest Asia. So in addition to fiscal spending, other sources of financing will need to be tapped into in order to really build that adaptation in a progressive way. Next, please. So this Building Back Better requires actions at the national level, but it also requires actions and collaboration at a sub-regional level and at a regional level, and more systematic and purposeful collaboration that is linked to bringing together the disaster community, the climate change community, and the health community. And through 4 integrated pillars, we are proposing a regional cooperation mechanism that could strengthen the post-pandemic disaster, climate, and health resilience. And the 4 pillars are there given in that slide. So thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention, and we look forward to very constructive and insightful conversations and discussions at the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, and we also look forward to the guidance from our members and associate members on the way forward and the role of ESCAP together with the UN family in building resilience to these converging crises. Thank you.
On behalf of all distinguished delegates and participants, I would like to thank Ms. Bonapace for her presentation. I would now like to invite Ms. Armida Sarcia Alice-Chabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to share a few words on the launch of the report.
Thank you, Tiziana. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated, our region is still challenged with multiple overlapping crises, which often cascade one triggering the other. The report, again, as has been shown, estimates that annual economic losses arising from such cascading risks could almost double under the worst case climate change scenario and in an increasingly risky world. All these hazards need to be considered not just as individual threats, but also in relation to the larger systems that they are likely to disrupt. With the help of advanced technology, policymakers must be prepared to consider more complex and varied future scenarios. Under such scenarios, principles of political commitment and collaboration are key drivers for managing disaster risk in a more coherent and systematic way at regional and sub-regional levels. So I sincerely hope that the report will contribute to a deeper understanding of what has been achieved and also open up the possibilities for building disaster, climate, and health resilience to better protect people and planet. Now it is my pleasure to launch the 2021 edition of the Asia Pacific Disaster Report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Alice-Chabana. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening session of the committee. With your permission, we will now proceed to agenda item 1B of the provisional agenda, election of officers.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the election of the Bureau. The Bureau shall consist of a chair and 2 vice chairs. The floor is now open for nomination for such positions. May I invite nominations from the floor? I recognize the distinguished delegate of India. So we cannot hear you.
India, would you please press the button once, and when you are given the floor, please kindly turn on the video and unmute yourself. India, would you please kindly press the button one more time? Mr. Sandeep? Mr. Sandeep? India, would you please press the button? Kindly press request to speak button. Okay, India, you have the floor. When you are given the floor, kindly just turn on and, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the floor. Sorry for this technical glitch. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to propose Her Excellency Ms. Khadija Naseem, Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology of the Maldives, as chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. I further propose His Excellency Mr. Rachmat Budiman, Ambassador of Indonesia to the Kingdom of Thailand and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, and Mr. Hiroshi Kawamura, Minister and Deputy Chief of Mission of the Embassy of Japan in Thailand and Permanent Representative to ESCAP as Vice Chairs of the Committee on TRR. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other nominations, or would any delegation wish to second the Bureau as proposed by the distinguished delegate of India? Yes, I recognize the distinguished delegates from Mongolia. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My delegation seconds the nomination of the distinguished representative of India. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further nominations? So, as I see none, I take that the committee has unanimously elected Chair, Her Excellency Ms. Khadija Naseem, Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology of the Maldives. Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Rahmat Budiman, Ambassador of Indonesia and Permanent Representative to ESCAP. Vice Chair, Mr. Hiroshi Kawamura, Minister and Deputy Chief of the Mission of the Embassy of Japan in Thailand and Permanent Representative to ESCAP. On behalf of the distinguished delegate, I would like to congratulate the elected members and wish them all success in their work at the Bureau. Now I have the honor to invite the chair of the 7th session of the Committee for Disaster Risk Reduction to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege for me to assume the chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. On behalf of the other members of the Bureau, I wish to express our appreciation to the distinguished representatives for the confidence you have placed in us. The members of the Bureau and I shall do our utmost to ensure that this meeting achieves its objectives and reaches a successful conclusion. The convergence of COVID-19 with natural hazards has changed the contours of the riskscape with cascading and compounding effects. Decisions on enhancing the capacity of disaster management, climate adaptation agencies, and public health systems to respond to the disaster climate health nexus will determine the recovery path for COVID-19 and beyond, and is of high importance for all of us. For this, I rely on the cooperation and involvement of all distinguished delegates and the able support of the members of the Bureau. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my honor to conduct the meeting. However, before proceeding, I would like to make a few observations on the ground rules for our discussions during this session of the committee. The 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction is being conducted in a virtual mode. This is a new format, thus our practice will need to be different from that of previous years. First, the committee will not hear regular country statements under each agenda item. Instead, I encourage very brief interventions of up to 2 minutes. Longer statements can be submitted to the Secretariat and will be made available online. I was informed that the Secretariat has also conveyed the same message to all delegations. Therefore, once again, I request delegations to keep interventions brief and focused. I will be requesting delegations to conclude if their statements exceed the time of 2 minutes. To facilitate proceedings and to help delegations get ready to take the floor, when I call on a speaker, I will also announce the speaker that will be next in line. Before taking up the next agenda item, I understand that the Secretariat has some announcements to make. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to share a few remarks on procedural matters. First, as we will not keep a usual speakers list, each delegation may request the floor at any time via video conference. To request for the floor in Kudo, please click on blue Request to Speak button at the bottom right corner of your Kudo page. Our team will approve your request, and once the chair calls on you, please click unmute the microphone and turn on the video by clicking on the red buttons in the middle of the toolbar located at the bottom of your screen. Do not click Done Speaking until you have completed your intervention. This will cancel your request. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click Done Speaking. Second, to facilitate interpretation, I kindly ask all delegations to also provide a written copy of their statement to Secretariat prior to delivery. Statements can be submitted via email to escap-idd@un.org. As delegations are requested to limit their statement to 2 minutes, longer version of statement may be submitted to the Secretariat for uploading to the website. Lastly, allow me to bring your attention that delegations will be asked to complete an evaluation questionnaire. Achieving a strong response rate is important as the Secretariat strives to strengthen the process and outcome of these intergovernmental meetings. My kindly request, therefore, that each member of your delegation completes the evaluation questionnaire shared through the link in Kudo. Thank you, Chair.
Secretariat, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take up the adoption of the agenda. Is presented to you in the annotated provisional agenda. Are there any comments? If there are no comments, the agenda as contained in the document is adopted. With this, we conclude the adoption of the agenda, and we shall now proceed to agenda item 2 on emergence of cascading risks and expanding disaster risk-scape. Thank you. I will now proceed with the next agenda item. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we shall now take up agenda item 2 on emergence of cascading risks and the extension of the disaster risk-scape. I also note that the Secretariat has circulated the following documents: Summary of the Asia-Pacific Disaster Report 2021. Our consideration of this agenda also includes a panel discussion on the same title, which will be moderated by Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, Chief Disaster Risk Reduction Section, ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division, ESCAP. I now invite Mr. Srivastava to moderate the discussion of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It's my privilege to be moderating this important panel. The first panelist is Mr. Ben Churchill, Head Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, WMO. So let me begin the panel discussion with Ben Churchill. Ben, the Asia Pacific Disaster Report clearly brings out the changing contours of disaster risk in the region. What are the initiatives of WMO to support member countries on managing the risk of hydrometeorological disasters in Asia and the Pacific? Ben, over to you.
Thank you, Sanjay, for the excellent question. And may I begin by saying how honoured I am to represent the World Meteorological Organization, or WMO, at the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction and to join you in this panel discussion today. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as outlined by the Secretary General of WMO, Professor Pedro Talas, in his opening remarks, the world is facing grave challenges arising from a changing climate and a warming world. Our planet is at a critical point in its history, and we must step up efforts, particularly in climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction and resilience building for sustainable development. WMO is focused on supporting its members to understand and manage the risks of hydrometeorological disasters in Asia and the Pacific, and indeed across the globe. If I may take this opportunity to offer my congratulations and appreciate ESCAP on the launch of the Asia Pacific Disaster Report for 2021, which importantly highlights the complex interactions between climate change, natural disasters, diseases and socio-economic risk. It is clear from both this report and the recent report of IPCC's AR6 Working Group 1 that the climate risk profile in the Asia Pacific region is gravely serious and worsening. Climate-related impacts are becoming more intense, resulting in greater loss of life and damaged property across the region. This, in turn, is disrupting socio-economic development, which is making it ever harder to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As you all know, disasters come in many different forms, from quick onset tropical storms and flash floods to slow onset and recurrent disasters such as drought, heat waves, forest fires, and large-scale flooding and landslides. These natural disasters all too often claim lives and have negative impacts on livelihoods and socio-economic opportunities, particularly in more vulnerable communities. We only have to look at the recent serious and record-breaking incidents in the Asia-Pacific region to understand their devastating impacts. These events are increasingly described as 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 year events, but are now becoming more frequent and intense. To help respond to these challenges and build back a better and more resilient Asia-Pacific, WMO is scaling up its regional, sub-regional cooperation through the strengthening of its regional associations to better support our members contribute to these efforts. With the strong support from our regional partners, in particular ESCAP, WMO will soon release the first ever State of the Climate regional reports for Asia and the Southwest Pacific. And the initial results show that regionally 2020 was one of the 3 warmest years on record. The past 6 years, including 2020, were the 6 warmest years on record. Concentrations of major greenhouse gases continue to increase and reach new record highs despite the temporary reduction in emissions in 2020 related to measures taken in response to COVID-19. Sea level rise is accelerating, which raises concerns for low-lying islands and coastal communities that are susceptible to storm surge and coastal inundation. Extreme weather events continue to negatively impact sustainable development. Amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries, particularly least developed countries and small island developing states, faced the additional challenge of tackling the pandemic as well as responding to climate-related hazards. So WMO will enhance its efforts to reinforce and promote the critically important role of national meteorological and hydrological services in protecting lives and property, but also providing support to socio-economic policy formulation and decision-making in the region. Second, WMO is seeking to establish the Systematic Observations Financing Facility, which was mentioned by the Secretary-General, which will support the capacity development for generation and exchange of basic surface weather and climate observations for improved weather forecasts, climate information and early warnings globally, regionally, nationally and locally. Third, WMO will ensure the enhancement of multi-hazard early warning systems and services of all our members, keep promoting the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems, or CRUISE initiative, which supports the development of early warning systems in LDCs and SIDS that minimise loss of life and economic impacts from climate and weather-related events. To underpin these initiatives, the WMO has developed a comprehensive and groundbreaking new draft policy on data. The proposed data policy will help the WMO community strengthen and better sustain monitoring and prediction of all Earth system components, with significant socio-economic benefits as a result. It will lead to additional open exchange of all types of environmental data, which in turn will enable all WMO members to deliver better, more accurate and timely weather and climate-related services to their communities and stakeholders. The data policy has been endorsed by WMO's Executive Council and is on track to be approved at the upcoming Extraordinary Congress in October. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, WMO's vision is that by 2030, we will see a world where all nations, especially the most vulnerable, are more resilient to the socio-economic consequences of extreme weather, climate, water, and other environmental events, and their sustainable development will be supported through the best possible services for weather, climate, and water. In this regard, WMO looks forward to continued cooperation with ESCAP and its member states, WMO members and funding partners to advance progress on the SDGs and the Paris Agreement and continue to implement the Sendai framework. By working together, we can reduce the impacts of disasters through the advancement of science and technology, capacity development, regional cooperation, and partnerships. In the Asia-Pacific context, the WMO Regional Office, which I head, will continue to reform and strengthen the regional associations for Asia and the Southwest Pacific, respectively. The aim is to further build capacity of our members to deliver improved products and services for weather, climate, and water, and to enable our network of regional centres to raise their profile and increase their level of contribution. We'll also build stronger partnerships and cooperation to implement new and upcoming initiatives that build upon our achievements to date and respond to the climate-related challenges at a regional, sub-regional, national, and local level. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Back to you, Sanjay.
Uh, Thank you very much, Mr. Churchill. Our second panel member is Professor Rajiv Shah. Professor, thank you, Ben Churchill. Thank you for your remarks. Let me turn to Professor Rajiv Shah of Kew University. He's our second panel member. Professor Rajiv Shah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sanjay.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Hello, welcome, Professor Rajiv Shah. Now let me turn to you. You have been a part of IPCC assessment process and at forefront of the academic research on both health aspect of the Sendai framework of disaster risk reduction. What are the opportunities in terms of science and policy interface that the country in the region need to put in place for better preparedness to pandemic in the future? Professor Shah, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjay. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. My heartiest congratulations to the ESCAP and its team for this excellent disaster report 2021, which is extremely timely. And Sanjay, I think you have mentioned 3 or 4 very specific keywords in your question. One is health issue, one is Sendai framework, IPCC, and science and technology. I think these are extremely interrelated. If you look at the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, I was just searching yesterday, the word health has been used 76 times in 37 pages. That means on an average, every page, there are a couple of times the health issues are mentioned. And it is mentioned in terms of primary, secondary, tertiary, healthcare system at regional level, at national level, local level, and so on. And the year 2019 has been a very landmark year, especially for the health issue. Number one, that some of you are maybe aware that WHO's health emergency disaster risk management guideline, we call the health HEDRM, has been published in 2019. Then UNDRR, which had the resilience scorecard for the local government, they added the health addendum to this whole process. That was also in 2019. And 2019 was the start of the current pandemic, what we are observing. So it becomes the health issues in quite critical context. So I would like to point on 3 specific issues. Number one, that health is not in isolation as a health issue, but it needs to be thought on the larger risk landscape perspective. If you look at the World Economic Forum Global Risk Outlook, the latest report, which came in January 2021, the infectious disease come at the top of the, in terms of the impact. So usually they put the top 10 in terms of impacts and livelihood. On the livelihood part, likelihood part. On the likelihood part, the climate-related hazards, which has been there in prominent top 5 for last at least 5 to 6 years. So there has been no change, but in terms of impact, the infectious disease comes on the top. But there are 2 other issues which were actually quite I won't say disturbing, but quite important we need to focus on in future. One is the digital power concentration and the digital inequality. So this becomes on the future likelihood risk. And there again, the health issues and the climate risk needs to be looked in the larger perspective of the digital divide, what we are currently experiencing, but also what we will be focusing in future. So that's possibly one of the key elements we need to look at about the complex dynamics of the risk landscape. That's my point number 1. My point number 2 is when we talk about the digital issue, there comes the role of science and technology. And when we talk about health issue again, it's not just the vaccine or it's not just the epidemiology. it needs different discipline. It needs data science, which makes big data analysis. It needs supply chain management specialist. It needs recovery planner. It needs economist for different types of economic boosting and so on. So I think the multi and the transdisciplinary collaboration is the most critical, and possibly we never had this much of urge of the transdisciplinary science technology collaboration than what we are currently experiencing. And I think one of our major role of science and technology would be how to break the digital divide and how to make science and technology more inclusive in terms of urban-rural divide, in terms of age group, in terms of gender, in terms of physically, mentally challenged people, in terms of economies. So it has to be real inclusive science technology contribution for health-related issue, but also addressing the larger risk landscape. Just one example that in Japan, what we are currently doing is the aged population is a very critical issue, and we have now part of a sub initiative, what we call the smartphone and smart aging. So how this type of smartphone connectivity can actually help have a better livelihood, but our entry point was the health-related issue, but then link it to different types of early warning system, the daily needs of people's lives and lifestyle. So I think, again, we need to break the digital boundary and try to make it more inclusive. That point number 2. And my last comment is on the innovation, especially on social innovation. And there is a huge opportunity currently which is arising. And I always say that the COVID-19 could make lockdown on many things, but it could not make lockdown on innovation. Rather, we should say that the 10 years of innovation was done in 10 months. So health issue is something which has a very strong connection to the society. And there are so much of scope of the social innovation and entrepreneurship development in the field of health, but also linking it to the other disaster risk reductions approaches. And I hope that this combination of the climate risk, health and disaster risk enhance this particular scope of social innovation in this very specific topic. And for that, we need a major change in the mindset. We often call the last mile connectivity, like we love to say that the last mile connectivity of the early warning system, but that is where while we are putting us, the so-called the technology developer or the scientist, at the mile 0. But I think the concept of last mile needs to be changed at the first mile, and we need to put the community at the very core of the mile 0, and from there we need to think that which type of innovations is required, which type of problems need to be solved. And for that, I think co-designing and co-delivery of science technology innovation is extremely important. So those are the 3 points, and I personally believe that there have been the huge opportunities in terms of science and policy interface to intervene in this particular topic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Raju. Thank you very much for all your insights. Our third panelist is Professor Sani Yang from Beijing Norman University, China. Professor Sani.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Welcome.
Hi, Sanjay.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me turn to Professor Yang, Director, International Center for Collaborative Research on Disaster Risk Reduction, Beijing Norman University. You have led several initiatives in disaster risk reduction, and also seen managing COVID pandemic in China. What are the lessons that the disaster risk reduction community can learn from COVID-19 experiences? Over to you, Professor Shang.
Thank you. First, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this event. I'm so honored to be the panelist here to be able to exchange some views on this experience. Well, first, I just want to say that though my research interests are mainly infrastructure risk and complex system modeling, but I want to take this chance to really mention the keywords community resilience in the context of climate change and the pandemic. As Ben has mentioned, right now, besides the traditional natural hazards, climate change already induced more extremes. With the pandemic situation and the emerging technology hazards, we actually are facing lots of new forms of hazard concepts, such as compound hazards, interacting hazards, interconnected hazards, cascading hazards, etc. So overall, we're dealing with more extremes, emerging hazards, new risk landscape. Especially right now, this world is more connected and interacted. We have a more complex system. Anyway, so with all this, we're facing new risks all the time. And the community is always the first line of disaster prevention and emergency response. So my point is, in this complex situation, community resilience has never been so critical. So no matter it's natural hazards or epidemic situation, I believe the community with higher disaster resilience, actually, they have better risk awareness. They can better prepared for unexpected events. They will have better risk communication skills, more organized emergency response activities, and even like higher adaptation capacity. So I believe these features, they're essentially common in the risk management of all kinds of disaster events, even for an epidemic situation. Here I want to take one example. In China, last summer, while we're facing the COVID-19, also in China, the middle and the lower reaches of Yangtze River in China encountered the worst flooding in nearly 50 years. But from the perspective of hazards, this 2020 flooding and the storm is even worse than 1998. But when we look at the loss perspective, the direct economic losses is about like 10% of what we had in 1998, and the casualty is about like 1/20th of that of 1998. So when we look at this community activity at the community level, we notice there are a lot of interesting experiences. First of all, I think China in this compounding situation, we have this all sector, all society approach. And also this can be reflected in the community level. For example, like in community, they organize different working teams taking care of different people groups to serve the home-based, quarantined people, and also they will have a community to check up the like a flood-prone area, and also to check the people gathering to avoid epidemic spreading, and also. When we look at the community level, they are equipped with new technology. For example, like drones, like apps with in smartphones. We are supported by the Internet of Things. So in this way, we really empower communities. So I have to say that at the community level, things are still quite organized, though they are facing different challenges, and it's a compound one. So that's probably in one sense can explain why last year the disaster situation is complex, but overall the disaster loss actually is very much reduced. So the point I want to make again is if communities, they can understand their vulnerability well in different situations. Of course, I believe that this will need professional assistance. I believe that this community resilience will help this community to find better ways to protect the vulnerable population, to reduce vulnerability. So in this way, I have to say the investment in community resilience building is rather a universal impact. So it's just like a healthy people. They not only recover from a cold quicker, but probably also recover from a head quicker. So investing in community resilience building is like we're investing into our health. So as pointed in the just newly released report, we believe that to promote the investment in resilience building is critical for the implementation of SDGs. So from the angle of academia, I think we have two important roles in response to current challenge. One is that we need to bring education products and technology products to get people more aware and prepared for these new risks. The other is we need to better strengthen the linkage between policymaking and the research outcome. So I believe that for researchers, for academia, our investment, our endeavors in knowledge generation, in technology innovations, and providing scientific evidence for decision making are the academic investment for resilient building. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Sunny. Thank you very much for your insightful remark. I would like now to invite participants to share their views on this subject or ask questions to the panelists. The floor is now open for questions and comments on the interventions by our panel members. Thank you. Question from the floor. So since there is no question from the floor, thank you to all our distinguished panelists and everyone for participating. Now I would like to close this panel discussion. I hope the issue raised during this discussion have given committee some ideas for consideration when delivering their statements. I would like now to return to the floor to the chair to continue with agenda item. Chair.
I believe the panelists provided valuable insights to the committee. I now have the pleasure to invite distinguished delegates to share views and comments on the agenda item. I'd like to open the floor for interventions from members and associate members of the Commission first, and then to observer countries and organizations. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, whom I now invite to take the floor. The next speaker will be the delegate from Mongolia. So I invite Indonesia to make the intervention.
Selamat pagi, yang terhormat pimpinan sidang, delegasi, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati. Dunia sedang menghadapi ancaman kemanusiaan. Di satu sisi, bencana alam masih menjadi dan berdampak negatif pada manusia ketika seluruh negara di dunia sedang menghadapi pandemi COVID-19. Di sisi lain, perubahan iklim menghambat upaya kolektif dan individual dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan. Indonesia berpengalaman menghadapi bencana multibahaya. Selain menghadapi ancaman bencana geologi seperti gempa bumi, tsunami, dan erupsi gunung api, juga menghadapi bencana yang dipengaruhi oleh perubahan iklim seperti siklon, banjir, dan banjir bandang, tanah longsor, dan kekeringan. Mempertimbangkan adanya peningkatan resiko bencana dan landscape baru kebencanaan, pemerintah Indonesia secara terus-menerus melakukan pengembangan strategi pengurangan risiko bencana secara progresif yang utamanya melalui 1. Peningkatan komitmen politis. 2. Pengurangan risiko bencana berbasis komunitas. 3. Peningkatan literasi bencana. Dan keempat, strategi pengurangan risiko bencana yang adaptif terhadap pandemi COVID-19. Pandemi COVID-19 menciptakan landscape baru kebencanaan dan membutuhkan pola kerja yang baru dalam pengurangan risiko bencana. Oleh sebab itu, sejak tahun 2020, pengurangan risiko bencana dan COVID-19 dianggap sama pentingnya untuk dikelola. Oleh sebab itu, baik COVID-19 ataupun agenda pengurangan risiko bencana diatur di bawah satu instansi BNPB. Secara operasional, penanganan strategi nasional dalam pengelolaan COVID-19 yang berspektif pengurangan risiko bencana dilakukan dengan menerapkan: pertama, protokol kesehatan berupa 3M, yaitu memakai masker, mencuci tangan, menjaga jarak, dan diperkuat dengan 3T, testing, tracing, dan treatment. Selain itu, vaksinasi nasional telah dilakukan secara masif. 2. Melihat perkembangan negara-negara di dunia, pandemi COVID-19 ditekan sehingga COVID-19 berubah dari pandemik menjadi endemik. Yang ketiga, shifting pandemic COVID-19 ke endemik COVID-19 diharapkan diikuti dengan kesiapan masyarakat untuk hidup adaptif bersama COVID-19. Pimpinan sidang, delegasi, dan Bapak Ibu sekalian, Indonesia mendukung upaya kerjasama regional dan global dalam menyiapkan adanya landscape bencana baru. Indonesia akan menjadi tuan rumah GPDRR ke-7 pada tanggal 23 sampai dengan 28 Mei 2022 di Bali. Melalui GPDRR diharapkan pertukaran pengalaman dan dialog konstruktif pada agenda pengurangan risiko bencana dapat dilakukan.
Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate from Indonesia. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from Mongolia, whom I now invite to take the floor.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to congratulate Her Excellency Ms. Khadija Nassim, Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology of Maldives, and Vice Chairs, for being elected as the chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. Having in mind your vast experience, my delegation has no doubt that you will be able to steer the session to successful conclusion. Madam Chairs, since the last committee session, our region has faced negative impact of disaster that have taken many lives and impacted the social life of the people of our region. The economic losses doubled compared to the previous report due to the COVID-19, combined with the climate change. Thus, planning and preparing for natural disaster and assessing the social
I think there is some technical issues with the distinguished delegates' connection. May I please invite the Russian Federation to speak next?
Госпожа председатель, нынешняя сессия комитета проходит в непростых условиях, вызванных непрекращающейся пандемией коронавируса. В этом контексте повестка дня комитета представляется особо актуальной и насыщенной. События последних лет продемонстрировали критическую зависимость государств-членов ESCAP от своевременного реагирования на стихийные бедствия, включая биологические угрозы. Негативные последствия катаклизмов наносят серьезнейший урон социально-экономическому положению домохозяйств, нанося тысячи жизней и оставляя целые сообщества без крова и урожая, что, несомненно, сказывается на своевременном достижении цели устойчивого развития в государственных регионах. В этой связи итог нашей совместной работы видим в выработке действенных, реалистичных, основанных на консенсусе рецептов по жизнестойкости ко всем без исключения бедствиям с целью возврата мирового сообщества на рельсы устойчивого развития. С учетом комплексного характера проблематики стихийных бедствий, а также ее принципиального значения для достижения устойчивого развития, выступаем в пользу наращивания международного сотрудничества и укрепления центральной роли ООН на данном направлении. Исходим из того, что Сендайская рамочная программа действий является основным механизмом для обмена опытом и наилучшими практиками в целях развития глобальной архитектуры международного сотрудничества в области уменьшения опасности бедствий. Отмечаем важность консолидации усилий в целях своевременной реализации ее целей, включая те из них, которые были рассчитаны на краткосрочную перспективу. Развивая межгосударственное взаимодействие с привлечением максимального широкого круга партнеров, в том числе из частного сектора, считаем крайне важным строго придерживаться утвержденных на глобальном уровне основополагающих принципов оказания гуманитарной помощи, закрепленных в резолюции Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН 46/182. Госпожа председатель, за 7 лет, прошедших с момента принятия Сендайской рамочной программы действий, государствам Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона удалось достичь значительного прогресса в деле снижения риска бедствий. В то же время страны ESCAP продолжают оставаться особо уязвимыми перед стихийными бедствиями, ежегодно сталкиваясь с масштабными природными катастрофами, оборачиваемся гибелью людей, разрушениями и экономическими убытками. Ко всем региональным бедам в последний год добавилась еще пандемия COVID-19. Выступаем за выстраивание послепандемийного сотрудничества с учетом зафиксированного в повестке 2030 триединого сбалансированного подхода к устойчивому развитию. Незамедлительная поддержка социально-экономической сфер в интересах благополучия населения Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона, не забывая также о климатических задачах. Мы твердо убеждены, что противостоять катаклизмам такого масштаба можно только сообща. В рамках борьбы с биологическими угрозами в видим необходимость в усилении странового потенциала для выявления и реагирования на чрезвычайные ситуации, совершенствовании законодательства, а также развитии лабораторной инфраструктуры, включая ПЦР и геномное секвенирование. Согласованные совместные шаги позволят смягчить негативные последствия таких катаклизмов. В этом контексте поддерживаем запуск тематического онлайн-портала по бедствиям. Исходим из того, что данная интернет-страница будет способствовать аккумулированию страновых данных по реагированию на бедствия в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе и станет действенной платформой для анализа регионального ландшафта рисков и их изменяющейся географии. В условиях стремительного роста числа и масштабов гуманитарных кризисов Российская Федерация сохраняет роль активного участника многостороннего сотрудничества в области гуманитарного содействия в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе. Российские спасатели в числе первых приходят на помощь в ликвидации природных катаклизмов и были задействованы практически во всех странах региона. Государства Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона на протяжении длительного времени входит в число получателей российской помощи, предоставляемой как по двухсторонним каналам, так и на многосторонней основе. В частности, в рамках сотрудничества России с Управлением ООН по координации гуманитарных вопросов, Всемирной продовольственной программы и программы развития ООН, в 2019 году помощь развитию достигла более 1 миллиарда 230 миллионов долларов США. Намерены дальше поддерживать работу секретариата ESCAP по оказанию технического содействия заинтересованным странам. В частности, за счет российской финансовой и экспертной поддержки секретариатом реализуются проекты техсодействия, цель которых совершенствование навыков эффективного применения соответствующих информационных продуктов и пользовательских сервисов для мониторинга и своевременного предупреждения засух. Говоря о важности имплементации целеустановок Сендайской рамочной программы действий на национальном уровне, хотели бы проинформировать об усилиях правительства Российской Федерации по созданию и выстраиванию эффективного функционирования единой государственной системы предупреждения и ликвидации чрезвычайных ситуаций, объединяющей органы управления, а также силы и средства для предотвращения и борьбы с чрезвычайными ситуациями различного характера. Работа системы направлена на снижение риска бедствий, обеспечение защиты населения и территории, сокращение человеческих потерь и экономического ущерба в результате чрезвычайных ситуаций. Госпожа председатель, убеждены, что острота современных проблем глобального характера и необходимость их решения требует обеспечения тесной международной кооперации, дальнейшего укрепления координирующей роли ESCAP и объединения усилий всех международных структур, государственных институтов и общественных объединений государств-членов комиссии. Спасибо за внимание.
Distinguished delegate from Russia, may I invite you to speed up because of the time constraints? Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate from Russia. The next speaker on my list is, I'm going to invite this distinguished delegate from Mongolia to speak first. Thank you. It seems there's still technical problems. Sorry for the delay. May I now move on to the distinguished delegate from China?
谢谢主席女士。主席女士，各位珍贵的代表，女士们、先生们，首先，请允许我代表中国代表团，祝贺马尔代夫、印度尼西亚和日本代表分别当选本次委员会会议的主席和副主席，也感谢刚才各位专家参与讨论。主席女士，自然灾害一直是人类社会的重大威胁，同时，自然灾害与贫困、不平等等因素相互交织，加剧了灾害对经济和社会的影响。中国长期以来也经常遭受各种自然灾害的侵袭。中国政府高度重视减灾备灾工作，坚持以人民为中心，将提高减灾防灾能力纳入国家发展规划，促进减灾体系的建设，全面提升全社会抵御灾害的综合防范能力。中国还加大灾后重建和对受灾民众的支持，切实提升民众的抗灾韧性。促进绿色发展已经成为中国的发展理念。中国提前2年实现2020年应对气候变化的目标，煤炭占能源消费的比重由2005年的72.4%下降至2020年的56.8%，清洁能源消费量占比提升到24.3%。2020年，中国国家主席习近平宣布，中国将力争2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年前实现碳中和，这是中国应对气候变化的郑重承诺。面对突如其来的新冠肺炎疫情，中国共产党和中国政府坚持人民至上、生命至上，发动全社会力量抗击疫情。中国始终秉持人类卫生健康共同体的理念，尽己所能向国际社会提供援助。迄今，中国已向150多个国家和13个国际组织提供了抗疫物资援助，向100多个国家和国际组织提供超过7.7亿剂疫苗，其中向亚洲地区各国提供了4.6亿剂疫苗。近日，中国国家主席习近平郑重宣布，今年全年中国将努力向全球提供20亿剂疫苗，并向新冠疫苗实施计划捐资1亿美元，用于满足发展中国家的疫苗需求。主席女士、女士们、先生们，疾病与自然灾害一直伴随着人类社会的发展史，我们无法完全消除，但是可以积极应对。首先，应加强国际合作，我们应充分发挥 ESCAP 的作用，深化各方合作，加强各国的减灾能力。中方愿与各国共同推进建设“一带一路”自然灾害防治体系和应急国际合作机制，提升区域和国际抗灾的韧性。第二，我们应该积极应对气候变化，各方应该遵循共同带有区别的责任原则，积极落实气候变化巴黎协定，大力倡导绿色低碳的生活方式，更好地落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程。第三，我们应该团结一致应对疫情，各方应本着精诚团结的精神携手应对疫情，尊重事实和科学，避免将疫情问题政治化， 应该促进疫苗的公平分配，提升疫苗在全球，特别是发展中国家的可及性和可负担性。主席、女士们、先生们，灾害无情，人有情，一方有难，八方支援。中国愿同 ESCAP 各方加强灾害应对、管理、国际合作，共同提升亚太灾害韧性，更好地促进亚太可持续发展和疫后复苏。谢谢。
Madam Chair, would you mind press the request to speak button? It seems that your connection has been, yes, thank you.
Apologies. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, Madam, thank you.
Great. We're having some technical issues here. Thank you so much, the distinguished delegate from China, for your intervention. Now, may I please invite India to make an intervention? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, I congratulate you on the assumption of the chairmanship of this important committee. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the UN ESCAP Secretariat for preparation of documents for this session and the Asia Pacific Disaster Report 2021, which has been launched today. The committee is being organized at a time when most of the countries of the world are fighting the COVID-19 pandemic and experiencing its cascading effects on their economy and people. Several countries in the region face challenges of extreme weather conditions, such as floods, cyclones, heat waves, cold waves, landslides, drought, besides the challenges posed by the pandemic. It is not an easy task for the countries to handle the cascading risks and complexities all alone. Madam Chair, I take this opportunity to share the experience and preparedness of India in handling the disaster risk. India is not only focusing on preparedness against major disasters, but also against small or medium and location-specific disasters, such as heat waves, thunderstorms, and lightning. Through issuance of appropriate national guidelines on heat wave action planning, localization of heat wave early warning, extensive public awareness campaign, and effective implementation at the local level through a multi-sectoral approach. This has yielded early results. Indian Meteorological Department, the National Weather Service Agency of the country, has introduced impact-based forecasts and warnings for cyclonic storms and color-coded impact-based forecasts for other severe weather events, also as per WMO guidelines. IMD plans to operationalize a new multi-hazard early warning systems, including impact-based forecast approach aimed at detection of weather-related hazards with reasonable lead time. Based on the National Disaster Management Plan, all states in India have prepared their disaster management plans. In order to augment the capacity of state-level disaster risk management organizations, India has launched a national program to provide appropriate technical and financial support to them. in order to encourage innovation and recognize exceptional contributions of organizations and individuals in disaster risk management, the Government of India has also instituted an annual national award. We all know the socioeconomic exposure of dynamic hazards and their risks should be assessed using an integrated approach in order to formulate proper intervention measures. India would support promoting collaboration between disaster managers, researchers, and policymakers in order to scale up multi-sectoral cooperation frameworks to manage the cascading risks of disaster. To conclude, I would like to say that India is committed to implement the Sendai framework for disaster risk reductions and would be ready to participate in any collaboration at regional and global level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from India. May I now invite a distinguished delegate from Mongolia to make an intervention.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, let me be brief and let me continue my statement. And Madam Chair, I firmly believe that the full report, which will be available on our hands soon,
We seem to have lost Mongolia again. Let us see for a few seconds. While we wait for Mongolia to resolve its technical issues, may I now invite a distinguished delegate from Pakistan to make an intervention.
Just in a minute, our chairman will be initiating his statement. Just give us a second.
Will do, thank you.
Request Madam
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
at the outset, I would like to congratulate Madam Khadija Asim, Minister of Environment of Maldives, to be elected as chair of the session. On behalf of people and government of Pakistan, I would like to extend felicitations to United Nations, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific for organizing 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, focusing on reducing vulnerabilities to hazards and providing opportunities to various countries for sharing their experiences of responding to cascading disasters. This will enable countries of the region to benefit from the best practices and lessons learned in their local context. Pakistan, due to its diverse topographical and demographic settings, is vulnerable to a host of natural and human-induced hazards, hydrometeorological disasters in the country, mostly induced by climate change phenomena, have not only become more unpredictable, but their frequency has increased manifold in the recent past. Furthermore, the cascading and secondary hazards has further increased vulnerability of the people. COVID-19 pandemic has emerged as recent public health disaster and is reshaping disaster response worldwide. It has tested the ability of governments to manage health risks. Asia Pacific Disaster Report 2021 discussed during this session is a comprehensive document wherein the major hotspots and key areas for policy action to address the cascading risks have been highlighted. We hope that this document will guide the region to strengthen the resilience at regional level and will enable the region to strengthen the capacities for effective disaster response. This will be best responded through regional cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, disasters do not have borders and may occur in any part of the region. Therefore, strong regional cooperation in Asia and Pacific is essential for mitigating the diverse effects of disasters. Furthermore, establishment of regional early warning mechanism is essential, enabling the countries of the region to respond effectively to disaster situation, which saves lives besides building economic and social resilience to disasters and national, regional, and global scales. Thank you for your attention. Thanks, Madam.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Pakistan. May I now invite Mongolia to make their intervention. Thank you.
बंद करो ना वीडियो
खुद करेंगे ये हमारे कंट्रोल में
ना माइक बंद सच्ची
It seems Mongolia is still having some technical issues, so I would like to request if any other countries would like to make a statement at this point. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Fiji to make an intervention.
For the women to chair this session. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our Fijian delegation wish to place on record at the outset our sincere appreciation to ESCAP for hosting this third disaster resilient week this week and under the theme of building back better after COVID-19. We acknowledge the various distinguished guests and experts that have spoken or going to speak in the week. In our view, the outcomes of these inputs and guidance would complement and enrich our deliberations this week and help small island states like Fiji learn from these inputs. In particular note, Madam Chair, Fiji would like to congratulate the successful launch of the Asia Pacific Disaster Report 2021 and the Risk Resilience Portal. This information and decision support systems provides a unified gateway for Fiji and member countries to share information and share best practices as we work together in achieving our targets set out in the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Most importantly, it will help us in achieving national indicators aligned to the SDGs and to leaving no one behind. The recent IPCC report highlights that most small island states have won over the period of records, and sea levels will continue to rise and will result in increase in coastal flooding. The Asia Pacific Disaster Report 2021 also mentioned in the previous presentation, Madam Chair, that flooding and cyclones are the two most frequent events over the past decades. One thing is clear, Madam Chair, that small island economies are ill prepared on this complex and overlapping crisis. Fiji acknowledges the various platforms and mechanisms for regional cooperation provided through ESCAP Secretariat And we would like to continue to work with the Secretariat, the Member States and regional partners to examine how these platforms could be scaled up to complement national efforts and into reducing disaster risks in Fiji, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has added complexities. National climate change have increased the intensity and frequency of hazards in Fiji. Our resiliency as a nation has helped us build back better. As we head into the cyclone season in November, lesson learned has helped us to continuously improve and adapting our plans, our operating processes and policies to suit the complexity of natural hazards coupled with COVID-19. We are investing in improving our early warning systems with a robust telecommunication network technology. This is to increase or enhance our readiness. We are also upgrading our systems and process, learning from our past events. We look forward to the discussions and guidance in these sessions, inputs from experts, and especially ESCAP sharing best practices and expert knowledge and technologies to help us improve our new smart systems here in Fiji. In conclusion, Excellencies, the convergence of the COVID-19 with the natural hazards has created unseen complex, compounding and cascading risks landscape in our small island states. And our small island states cannot respond to these converging risks. Fiji as a small island economy reiterates the need to scale up regional cooperations, and we support the call from other member states and regional partners to complement national efforts into reducing disaster risk reductions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Fiji. Thank you all for your remarks, and I see that there are no further interventions. And if any member states have any more statements, they may deliver in the next agenda item. And I would now like to call on Ms. Boniface to provide concluding observations.
And I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all the members who intervened this morning. We had 7 member states that spoke, and I think the common thread across all the statements was the need for scaled up international and regional cooperation. There was very strong commitment to cooperation, consensus-based, actionable cooperation, and there was also support expressed to ESCAP and the role of ESCAP in terms of facilitating cooperation among member states. I also thank the member states for the kind words and recognition given to the findings of the Asia Pacific Disaster Report, as well as the Asia Pacific Portal on Risk and Resilience. So thank you very much for your support, for your guidance in terms of our future work. We will be continuing our discussions in the afternoon and over the course of tomorrow, so there will be more opportunities to delve deeper into some of the issues that were raised under this session. And in the meantime, I will conclude here, Chair, because we have a regional conversation, a regional ministerial conversation, which is being convened at 1:15 by Ms. Armida Alice Jabana, our Executive Secretary. So I will conclude now, and I invite all distinguished delegates to join us in the Regional Ministerial Conference. We will be meeting on a different platform, the Teams platform. So please don't forget to change platforms from Kudo to Teams, and then in the afternoon back to Kudo. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boniface. If there is no further business, I will now close the agenda item 2. Thank you.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates, good afternoon and welcome back to the 7th sessions of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reductions. Before we take up Agenda Item 3, I understand that the Mongolian ambassador was unable to deliver his statement on Agenda Item 2, and I would like now to invite the ambassador to deliver his statement on Agenda Item 2. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since the last committee session, our region has faced negative impacts of disaster that have taken many lives and impacted the social life of the people of our region. The economic losses doubled compared to the previous report due to the COVID-19 combined with the climate change. Thus, planning and preparing for natural disasters and assessing the social, economic, and humanitarian risks can be stressful for the governments and general population. But enhanced national disaster management and risk assessment capacity, including preparedness for cyclones, floods, landslides, sandstorms, and disasters such as drought, coupled with climate change adaptation and public health system to respond to the risks, will enable the member countries to build back better from COVID-19. I firmly believe that the full report, which will be available on our hands in a couple of days, provides further guidance and initiatives for scaling up regional cooperation and beyond. But at the moment, my delegation wishes to consider the Secretariat for the other factors in 4 distinct hotspots. First is the sand and dust storms. This could be potential hazardous impact on human health and adverse effect on agriculture, reducing photosynthetic activity, increasing soil erosion, covering transportation routes, and affecting the river and stream water quality. To prevent this type of disaster, the member states would need to improve the spatial information system by introducing new innovative technologies and creating a national satellite to use high-resolution real-time satellite imagery for search and rescue and disaster response. Second, national crisis management centers. The small states, mainly landlocked and sea-locked nations, find themselves far more vulnerable than other countries to natural disasters and climate change. Therefore, there's a need for new approaches to deal with the catastrophe, including better disaster response and more focus on risk reduction and preparedness in these challenging times. Thus, the development member states should establish a national disaster operations center or national crisis management centers to provide integrated management and coordination during disasters. Third, floods and collection of rainwater. My delegation agrees with the report that the floods worsen the living condition and led to several illnesses and diseases. This could be prevented by framing a direct collection of rainwater targeted the arid or semi-arid areas to prevent flash floods caused by sudden heavy rains and hails. The harvested water would support local community in planting crops, vegetables, and trees to combat environmental degradation and desertification, increasing forest and step firefighting to extinguish fires with minimal damage in inaccessible places for techniques. Fourth, technological innovation and early warning system. The Asia-Pacific is the most disaster-prone region and still the most digitally divided region, with less than 8% of the population connected to the internet. Mongolia applauds the ESCAP's Asia Information Superhighway initiative that aims to increase the affordability of the internet for the people across the region. We firmly believe that the technological innovations provide unique opportunities to build resilience and deepen connectivity to manage and mitigate disaster risks. Thus, the developing member states need to adjust in cooperation with the Secretariat a mass warning system for seismic and hydrometeorological hazards to give an early warning system aligned with the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. These previously specified works could be implemented with the support of the ESCAP in Mongolia before the next report cycle, and we are ready to collaborate to reduce the rapid and onset disaster risks in the Northeast Asian region together with the ESCAP. And last but not least, I believe that the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction will prove fruitful and bringing up new ideas and solutions to build systemic resilience to address multi-hazard risks from natural and biological hazards during and after the pandemic. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much. We shall now take up agenda item 3 on scaling up sub-regional and regional cooperation frameworks to manage cascading risks. For this agenda item, the Secretariat has circulated the following document, ESCAP/CDR/2021/2, Scaling Up Cooperation Frameworks to Manage the Cascading Risks, and ESCAP/CDR/2021/INF/1, Overview of the works of the Secretariat and United Nations system at the regional level. I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Tiziana Bonaface, Director of Informations and the Communication Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction Divisions, to introduce these documents. Ms. Bonaface, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the participants and the delegations that have joined us in this afternoon session of the committee. It is my pleasure to give some brief introductory remarks on the documents that you have before you, and as described by the chair a couple of minutes ago. And my presentation or my brief introductory remarks will also be complemented by Mr. Goto, the Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to ESCAP, and in his capacity as chair of the thematic expert meeting that met on 24 August afternoon. The documents before you for this agenda item contains proposals for sub-regional and regional initiatives that take into account the commitments in the Bangkok Principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework and other relevant regional and sub-regional frameworks and initiatives in line with the requests received through ESCAP Resolution 77/1. The document proposes a twin-track approach. Track 1 outlines the components of a regional strategy on disaster, climate, and health resilience, centered around 4 work streams. The first one is policy coherence. The second one is the integrated, in other words, multi-sectoral, multi-hazard early warning systems. The third one is climate change adaptation. And the fourth one is investing in resilient health infrastructure. And these events that we concluded over the past 2 days, back to back with the committee, they were structured around these 4 work streams. And then the second track that we are proposing is the sub-regional track. And we have a number of initiatives that we have proposed at the sub-regional level And this is also in recognition of the fact that the disaster risk reduction approaches sometimes need geographically customized coordination and geographically customized adaptation to the specificities of each subregion if we are to more coherently manage systemic and cascading risks. So we have proposed a number of initiatives at the sub-regional level. And these initiatives are built around the fact that multi-hazard frameworks will now need to include cascading risks into the analysis, and sub-regional cooperation can be a particularly effective means of building disaster resilience. So taking into account these twin track approaches that we have proposed, and then taking into account the building blocks and the policy gaps that have been identified in the 4 work streams that have been under discussion over the past 2 days, we are inviting the committee to provide guidance on the future work of the committee and the Secretariat, and also to provide further guidance on how the 4 work streams can support regional and sub-regional cooperation. So thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Bonapace. I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Pumihiko Goto, Counselor and Deputy Permanent Representative to ESCAP, to introduce the key outcomes of the thematic expert meeting that was held on August 24th, 2021, as requested by Member State in ESCAP Resolution 77/1, Building Back Better from Crisis through Regional Cooperation in Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Goto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair, Ambassador, for giving me the opportunity to share the key outcome of the thematic expert meeting as the chair of the meeting. Within the ESCAP's overall mandate of promoting regional cooperation in disaster risk reduction and in cooperation with other concerned United Nations bodies and relevant stakeholders, the meeting made the following recommendation as a document 7. As number A, organize consultation with member states and expert meetings to share appropriate policy tools/guidance that will support the implementation of the health aspect of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030 by taking note of the Bangkok Principles. As recommendation B, conduct further policy analysis and research to support regional cooperation. As recommendation C, leverage existing regional cooperation mechanism and sub-regional initiatives. As recommendation D, build a long-term, holistic, and more strategic approach in alignment with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the Paris Agreement. As recommendation E, promote policy coherence for integrating disaster and public health risk management policies. As recommendation F, scale up regional, sub-regional cooperation for integrating biological hazards and applying a multi-hazard, multi-sectoral, transboundary, and systemic risk approach. As recommendation G, promote climate adaptation and resilience into post-COVID recovery efforts and disaster risk reduction. Lastly, as recommendation H, create an enabling environment for enhanced people-centered public and private investment in public health
emergency, and disaster risk reduction. Those are highlights of the recommendation, Chair. On this occasion, I would like to thank, as the chair of the thematic expert meeting held yesterday, all the participants and your spirits of cooperation to reach a consensus on this document. And I also would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Secretariat of the ESCAP, in particular, Director Tiziana Bonapace and her excellent team for preparing and organizing this event. I thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Goto. I now have the pleasure to invite distinguished delegates to share views and comments on the agenda item. I would like to open the floor for interventions from members and associate members of the Commission first, and then observer countries and organizations. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from China, whom I now invite to take the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I cannot hear any feedback, so I don't know if you
I can hear
me or
you.
not.
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you is all the participants. I'm Guoqing, is from China. Our recommendation is about to pay much attention to much more the open source, the open science resources to support the emergency response for the linked disaster, especially for the developing countries. According to our cooperation with the ESCAP in the past years, the China's is a CDDR is a mechanism have collected is a lot of the satellite providers and to provide the first aid support, especially in terms of the emergency observed date. And now is we realize that is besides the satellite data, so we also need the much more resources from the open science, especially from the social media and from the NGO organization and some individuals. All this information will be very helpful. So we cooperate with New Zealand, coordinator WDS, and we want to promote it to be a new mechanism. It's a volunteered, it's a rapid disaster monitoring and mapping. We hope this new mechanism can continue to contribute to the global and regional activities for United Nations. And the main idea of it is to collect the contribution from both the professional organization, but also the public institute. And it's for example, in this April, cyclones caused flood and landslides in Indonesia. It's very typical. It's a chain disaster. In the very early stage, is accuracy information about where is the most worst place. It's very difficult to provide it out. So the professional satellite, the cameras, they cannot be managed to focus on the right place. We use the social media and cooperate with some companies and use this as information to analysis the most possible the place. And we focus some of these smallest the regions and provide information to our satellite provider, and they use information to adjust the observing, and it help the result is the right is high resolution data captured is very quickly, and this work have been provided to the ESCAP and La Paz in Indonesia, so very fast. So it is a very successful the demo is how the all kind of information should be used together and help them. So we hope that the new mechanism, the VRDM, the new mechanism can work close with the ESCAP in the following the activities on the disaster, on the disaster activities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate from China. The next speaker on my list is distinguished delegate from Mongolia, whom I now invite to take the floor.
Can you confirm, please? Hello, Chair?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. So I'd like to congratulate on the seventh session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, and so far the meeting is proceeding very successfully, and there's so many valuable ideas and technology transfer that we are really learning from the participants. I'd like to make an intervention on behalf of Colonel Tek Andurk, Deputy Chief of National Emergency Management Agency. As you know, Mongolia is the host of Asian Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, which was held in 2018. And the Ulaanbaatar Declaration has been approved by the participants, distinguished members, and also it's been enforced very efficiently, and thanks for the enforcement of this important document in the region. Mongolia is all deeply concerned with an increase in frequency, geographic coverage, and socioeconomic losses caused by disasters due to climate change, increasing density of urban population and industrialization, deepening globalization, and loss of ecologic balance happening not only in our Asian region, but the whole world. In the present times, when international situation is becoming unstable due to climate change, increasing biological hazards, and disasters including COVID-19, geopolitical circumstances, and others, so overall the profile of disaster is actually very reformulated kind of in the region. It becomes vital to develop further closer coordination and effective cooperation at the regional and sub-regional level. It asks us to unite our efforts and be more proactive instead of reactive in implementing our commitments to implement global and regional frameworks for reducing disaster risks and impacts of climate change, and work for our mission to ensure the peaceful and sustainable socioeconomic development in our region, especially in the very time of COVID-19. Mongolia has been strongly supporting the international community efforts in disaster risk reduction and has been actively participating in international and regional cooperation. As we have reformulated the legislations in disaster risk management and established the national platform, we're trying to transfer from response-oriented action to risk management. And this is also an example of how the Sendai framework has been implemented in the country. The most regions and sub-regions have its own DRR mechanism. Likewise, Mongolia hosted, as I mentioned, the AMC DRR, but also the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, in Southeast countries, and many more. So this is where our interventions has been always very active in terms of connecting with the region and sharing experiences. I'd like to also raise a proposal, which is to initiate Northeast Asian cooperation mechanism for DRR among our Northeast Asian countries, as Mongolia is a landlocked country, and also the mechanism initiative to share experiences in the Northeast Asian region is important. It's vitally, especially in time of increasing disaster frequency, and we introduced our initiative firstly during the International Conference on Ulaanbaatar Dialogue on Northeast Asian Security. So this is still a part of agenda and part of proposal from Mongolia to the international community. I'd like to conclude my speech by encouraging member states and international organizations in the private sector, policy think tanks, foundations, and academia, all the stakeholders, to support the development of the sub-regional mechanism on DRR in Northeast Asian sub-region. Thank you for your attention, and all the best for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the delegations from Mongolia. And next speaker is delegation from Pakistan. Pakistan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Representatives, delegates, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Let me begin by saying that we all agree that disasters are not bound by international borders. Pakistan has successfully dealt with several trans-border disasters in the past, such as locust attacks last year. This ongoing climate change phenomena is another such example which requires coordinated global efforts to limit its impacts. Such instances highlight the need of regional and sub-regional cooperation, and I am pleased to inform you that Pakistan and its NDMA is leading multiple regional initiatives. Heart of Asia, Istanbul process is an example of such regional cooperation aimed at bringing prosperity and peace to Afghanistan and neighboring countries. Under Heart of Asia, 7 areas of cooperation were identified, including disaster management, confidence building measures. I am happy to share that Pakistan is the co-lead with Kazakhstan for disaster management confidence building measure, with objective to develop joint guidelines for cooperation in the field of disaster management. Under this initiative, 6 regional technical groups meetings have been organized so far, of which 4 RTG meetings were hosted by Pakistan, latest in June 2018 in Islamabad. Further to our regional cooperation activities, Pakistan is an active member of SAARC Disaster Management Center. Pakistan, along with other SAARC member countries, has signed a Rapid Response Agreement which became effective from September 2016. Rapid Response Agreement is a voluntary arrangement under which member countries can help each other in the case of disaster. The Regional Consultative Committee on Disaster Management focuses on regional cooperation in disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management and comprises of 26 member countries of the Asia-Pacific region. Asian Disaster Preparedness Centers serves as the secretariat of RCC. Pakistan hosted 13th RCC meeting on the theme of operationalizing global frameworks for risk-resilient development in Asia in October 2016. Besides these regional cooperative initiatives, Pakistan is also actively engaged in other initiatives, including Economic Cooperation Organization, comprising of 10 member countries from South and Central Asian region. Pakistan hosted 13 ECO Summit in February 2017, in which NDMA provided inputs on regional disaster cooperation. Further, Pakistan is also a member of 3-member ECO Technical Expert Group that has developed ECO DRR framework. Pakistan is also a member of Asian Disaster Reduction Center, Japan, and the founding member of Thailand-based Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. Ladies and gentlemen, The year 2020 saw an unprecedented spike in disasters in the form of a locust attack and a deadly pandemic that has spilled over into the year 2021. Through timely measures by the government of Pakistan have so far successfully contained the effects of this virus, but with the passage of time, new challenges are being posed. Pakistan is a successful model for fighting COVID-19 pandemic. Pakistan continues to undertake vaccination drive targeting 1 million people per day. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a need for concerted efforts by regional countries to enhance constructive cooperation to achieve disaster resilience, overall sustainable development, stability, and prosperity of countries of the region. Making use of this forum, it is suggested that we should consider creating a pool of regional reserves of resources and capacities for responding to disasters. Let me conclude by saying that Pakistan recognizes and appreciates commitments of organizers in organizing this important event. I hope the event will provide us with an opportunity to take stock of what we have achieved, learn from the past practices, and explore ways and means to overcome challenges. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, the delegation of Pakistan. And the next speaker is distinguished delegate from Thailand. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Panapan Anand from Department of Disaster Prevention and Mitigation. We'd like to comment on the agenda item number 3. While the linkage between the health and DRR has been long established and is part of the Sendai framework, the interconnectedness has been accentuated by the COVID-19 pandemic and by the increasing impact of the climate change. Even though several DRR cooperation initiatives exist within the Asia and the Pacific, there remains a gap of the implementation of the health aspect of the DRR. So Thailand is believed that it is not only timely but crucial for the region to revisit the health aspect of the Sendai framework to examine how we can develop effective policy action and coordination. As one of the few documents linked between that health resilience and DRR, the Bangkok Principle for the implementation of the health aspect of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction can provide a solid foundation for the region to take forward discussion on way to integrate disaster and public health risk management and response. In this connection, Thailand supports the recommendation of yesterday's thematic expert consultation to shape and appropriate policy tools and guidance for the regional cooperation on the health aspect of the Sendai framework. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Thailand. The next speaker is distinguished delegate from India. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the floor. Mr. Chair, India has consistently demonstrated its strong commitment to regional and sub-regional cooperation in multi-hazard, early warning and disaster risk management. Towards this direction, India has set up the BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate. It chairs the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning Systems Council and hosts the SAARC Disaster Management Center. The BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate produces weather and short-term climate forecasts and disseminates to the BIMSTEC member countries. It also organizes scientific workshops and capacity development activities on specialized topics among BIMSTEC member countries. The center is also in dialogue with ESCAP and is preparing a project plan to jointly develop modeling solutions for integrated health and disaster early warning systems for BIMSTEC member countries. In light of our commitments to all three important global frameworks, the SDGs, climate change, and Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, the Government of India has taken several steps and committed itself to further strengthen the process for the benefits of all. India has taken concrete action in many areas. Mr. Chair, India has always believed in cooperation and strengthening of regional processes. India Meteorological Department, the National Weather Service Agency of the country, functions as one of the 6 WMO designated regional specialized meteorological centers for tropical cyclones and provides tropical cyclone advisories to 13 WMO ESCAP panel members countries bordering Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea region. There has been a continuous improvement in the track and intensity forecasts of tropical cyclones over the Indian Ocean region during the last few years. Recognizing the damage potential of flash floods and to get more efficiency in flash flood warning capability, IMD, in collaboration with the US National Weather Service, the US Hydrologic Service Center, and USAID and OFDA, has developed a flash flood guidance system for the South Asian region. The system has been in operational mode since October 2020. India has been actively pursuing the theme of disaster resilient infrastructure and initiated a coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure. The coalition, launched in September 2019, will benefit both developed and developing countries and serve as a knowledge and capacity development platform for promoting disaster resilient infrastructure. CDRI is a partnership of national governments, UN agencies and programs, multilateral development banks, the private sector, and knowledge institutions. CDRI has started work on increasing resilience of critical infrastructure. Mr. Chair, I would like to conclude by saying that India is focusing on strategies and approaches that can help in fulfilling the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction commitments and targets of other global and regional frameworks. And India is also committed to reducing vulnerabilities and impact of disasters through national efforts as well as regional and international cooperation. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate from India. Next speaker is distinguished delegate from Nepal. The floor is yours.
Respected Chair, 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to participate in this session and share my country statement regarding scaling of cooperation frameworks to manage cascading risks prevail commonly in this region. As this region is a global hotspot of multi-hazard risks, the compounding natural and biological hazards further intensify the recurring disaster and pave the way for emerging risks. Though the origin and triggers may be of local or beyond, the consequences and impacts are transboundary. The document prepared by the Secretariat rightly points out the need to further strengthen cooperation and calls for regional strategy and sub-regional initiatives. Based on the existing frameworks and common commitments, including the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030. Regional, sub-regional, and transboundary cooperation initiatives could further strengthen customized coordination towards disaster risk reduction. So far, substantial progress has been achieved in policy coherence, and now there is best to focus on integrating multi-hazards vulnerability assessment, including risk projection of health pandemics. Investment in multi-hazard risk assessments and early warning system combined with resilient infrastructures for critical services should be an integral part and priority of regional and sub-regional cooperation framework. Existence and functioning of Center of Excellence for Research and Critical Services, cutting essential specialized support could further strengthen regional cooperation at the time of critical need. Overall, the document has initiated meaningful discussion on scaling up cooperation for combined efforts toward achieving common objectives of community resilience on health, disaster, and adverse climate change. We are very much aware that enhancing preparedness for climate-related disasters using space-based technologies is becoming more essential and effective tools for strong enough response to disaster risk reduction. Especially, we need to have focus on laws, bylaws, strategies, and guidelines, and vibrant institutional frameworks to implement these issues more innovative way. Scaling of cooperation for managing risks and building resilient communities. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate from Nepal. Next speaker is the distinguished delegate from UK. The floor is yours.
UK delegate, it seems that you have accidentally pressed done speaking. Would you please kindly press request to speak button once? Thank you. And as we are accepting your request, please do not touch the blue button, but just unmute and turn on yourself.
Okay. So UK, the floor is yours. Okay, since there is a technicality issue, so before I give the floor to the UK, since there is no delegation to take the floor, so I would like to invite ASEAN.
Excellencies and esteemed guests, a very good afternoon. I would like to express my sincere appreciations to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, for inviting the ASEAN Secretariat to participate in the 7 sessions of Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. I congratulate ESCAP for this valuable platform to exchange views on policy options and strategy for disaster risk reduction, which in turn strengthen regional and sub-regional cooperations and build resilience in the Asia-Pacific region. ASEAN member state, together with all countries in the Asia-Pacific region, needs to anticipate, learn, and adapt to this changing risk landscape. This necessitates new regional and sub-regional resilient building strategies. ASEAN has adopted the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response (ADMER) to ensure comprehensive and more proactive strategies in dealing with the risk disaster and build community resilience, while the declarations on One ASEAN One Response aims to strengthen regional preparedness and responses. The ASEAN Declaration on Drought, adopted last year, called for the establishment of community of practices for adaptive learning while building on the traditional knowledge and local solution by the communities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, collaboration with traditional and non-traditional partners across sectors and across boundaries are paramount. We value the strong partnership between ASEAN and international organizations, including the United Nations, other regional organizations, national government, private sector, academia, and other stakeholders. In this respect, I wish that the insight from today's sessions will shed light in scaling up sub-regional and regional cooperation frameworks to manage cascading risks to build resilience in Asia and the Pacific. I wish you all productive and meaningful deliberation. Thank you very much.
So while waiting for the connection with the distinguished delegate from UK, I would like to ask the next speaker is from the ECO, please.
Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Jahabana, Honorable Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is a distinct privilege for me to address this August virtual meeting on behalf of the Economic Cooperation Organization. At the outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the ESCAP for organizing this important event. ECO is an intergovernmental regional organization with more than 8 million square kilometers territory and 440 million inhabitants in its 10 member states, includes Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Iran, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. ECO scope of activities now embraces a range of fields with direct and indirect impacts on the social and economic development of individual member states and the ECO region as a whole. At the same time, the ECO region is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world, stretching from Central to South and to Southwest Asia. The region is located on a high-risk geological structure, topography, and climatic characteristics, and is exposed to a wide range of natural hazards such as earthquakes, landslides, sandstorms, droughts, floods, glacial lake outburst flood, heat and cold waves, seawater intrusion, cyclones, and avalanche that trigger various types of disasters which cause human and economic losses. This compelled the ECO member states to have more concentration on this global issue and explore a regional and collective response to these phenomenal risks which constantly claim the economic and human capitals. Distinguished participants, the ECO vision for 2025 envisages inter alia coordinating and encouraging the ECO member states in cooperation with international and regional organizations to undertake relevant activities on disaster risk reduction. So far, ECO, with financial support of Islamic Development Bank and technical support of UNESCAP, initiated the ECO regional framework on DRR, which is in line with the Sendai framework on DRR and in consonant with the Paris Agreement on Climate Change and other frameworks under the overall context of SDGs. The framework and its implementation roadmap were adopted during the 8th ministerial meeting hosted virtually by Turkey on 17th March 2021. Let me conclude my statement with raising this pivotal issue that implementation of the ECO framework on DRR needs continuation of effective interaction with relevant regional and international organizations and development partners, including UN organizations and international regional bodies, inter alia the UNESCAP, and its relevant regional bodies, including UPDIM. I also welcome recent proposal of UNESCAP to cooperate on a new regional framework and strategic action plan for managing cascading risk from natural and biological hazards through cooperation with sub-regional bodies such as ECO and others to shape a longer-term, holistic, coordinated and more strategic approach to building disaster and climate resilience aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end, I am confident that this conference will accelerate the effective ways and collective measures in the Asia and Pacific region for enhanced disaster resilience as well as transformation towards sustainable and resilient societies. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize that the delegate from UK is already connected, so the floor is yours. There is still technical problem. So the next speaker will be Charles. The floor is yours, Charles.
Excellencies, I thank UNESCAP for inviting me to deliver a message at the 7th session of its Intergovernmental Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction under the agenda item, Scaling Up Sub-Regional and Regional Cooperation Frameworks to Manage Cascading Risks. I congratulate Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP for her leadership and vision in pursuing the agenda of regional cooperation, an agenda which is also similar for SAARC. I also thank the ESCAP Intergovernmental Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction for organizing this session on a very important issue, scaling up sub-regional and regional cooperation. Excellencies, as you are aware, South Asia, home to a quarter of humanity and 1/3 of the global poor, is more prone and vulnerable to natural disasters. Fully cognizant of this, SAARC accords high priority to strengthening regional cooperation for preservation, protection, and management of the region's diverse and fragile ecosystems. At the political level, successive SAARC summits and meetings of SAARC environment ministers provide valuable guidance for intensifying regional cooperation in the areas of environment, climate change, and natural disasters. At the intergovernmental level, the initiative taken by SAARC way back in 1991 was the preparation of the regional study on the causes and consequences of natural disasters and the protection and preservation of the environment. An intergovernmental expert group on climate change has also been established. Other important regional instruments include the SAARC Environment Action Plan, the Male Declaration of 2005, the Comprehensive Framework on Disaster Management, the Dhaka Declaration on Climate Change, and SAARC Action Plan on Climate Change, and the SAARC Convention on Cooperation on Environment. Most importantly, the SAARC Agreement on Rapid Response to Natural Disasters provides an effective regional mechanism to achieve substantial reduction in the loss of human life and damage to social, economic, and environmental assets in the region. As a result of these endeavors at the regional level, there has been a paradigm shift in the approach to disaster management from one of post-disaster relief and rehabilitation to that of early warning, preparedness, and risk mitigation. Accordingly, the interim unit of the SAARC Disaster Management Center, SDMC, has been imparting knowledge and skills in disaster response and risk mitigation through various modes. I'm happy to note the ongoing collaboration between SDMC and ESCAP's South and Southwest Asia office in New Delhi. I feel that SDMC may benefit more and further strengthen the region's disaster and climate resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic with appropriate collaboration with ESCAP. Excellencies, this meeting is taking place at a time when countries in this region are confronting the compounding impacts of natural disasters and the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting is therefore a welcome opportunity for us all to share experiences and best practices to mitigate these impacts through sub-regional and regional cooperation. It is in this context that I recall my participation in the 4th South Asia Forum on SDGs organized jointly by ESCAP and the government of Maldives, which was followed up by the special high-level ministerial event on disaster and climate resilience in South Asia in December last year. I welcome the publication of the South Asia edition of the Asia Pacific Disaster Report 2019, which shows the way forward to address disaster and climate resilience issues. I hope that the ESCAP Secretariat will continue to regularly bring out the publication, as it would be very useful for the region. I wish the 7th session of the ESCAP Intergovernmental Committee on Disaster Reduction every success. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there still any delegates who wish to take the floor? I recognize that before that is from UK. Still? So I recognize that's already connected with UK. So I now invite the distinguished delegate from UK to take the floor.
Many thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Finally, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Apologies for the disruption. The effects of climate change are now being felt in every region of the world. Climate extremes and extreme weather events are becoming more frequent throughout the Asia Pacific. The region faces mountain hazards from droughts, tropical cyclones, heat waves, and extreme rainfall, which are increasing in severity and frequency. The development of early warning systems which enable anticipatory action is essential to adaptation efforts and should be a priority in building a resilient Asia Pacific. The United Kingdom, through the Met Office, under the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office's Asia Regional Resilience to a Changing Climate ARRCC programme, has been supporting resilience to such hazards across South Asia. This has included the development of pilot early warning systems which utilise impact-based forecasting for precipitation in Nepal and tropical cyclones in Bangladesh. ARC is also working closely with ESCAP and Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System for Africa and Asia, REAMS, to support regional dialogue and capacity building on multi-hazard early warning systems with a focus on flood and droughts. A regional cooperation workshop on flood and droughts was held in December 2020 under the auspices of the Learning Platform. This refined learnings from across the region regarding technical capacity and further developed the concept for the Regional Learning Platform. Reiterating the remarks from presentations at Session 2 of Day 1 of this third ESCAP Disaster Resilience Week, the United Kingdom strongly supports the development of the Regional Learning Platform, and the United Kingdom will continue to offer the following support and encourages collaboration in the following areas. Firstly, to continue to support within existing resources, ongoing regional technical dialogues and information sharing under the ESCAP Regional Learning Platform for Floods and Droughts. Secondly, that the ESCAP Regional Learning Platform should develop a list of priorities and activities for building capacity and cooperation for flood and drought early warning that could be pursued over the next 2 to 5 years. Finally, to explore and where appropriate, build linkages to related forums and initiatives such as the South Asia Seasonal Outlook Forum, World Meteorological Organization, World Bank, South Asia Hydromet Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the distinguished delegate from UK. And the next speaker is UNDRR. The floor is yours.
The sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows that many parts of Asia are among the hardest hit by extreme weather events, with worsening heat extremes, heavier rainfall, rising sea levels, and more intense fire seasons. In light of this dire assessment, the full implementation of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030 is essential to preventing these growing hazards from becoming disasters. To realize the goals of the Sendai Framework and the Paris Agreement of protecting and enabling sustainable development, funding for the coherent implementation of national disaster risk reduction strategies and national adaptation plans must be increased. The UN Secretary General has asked that donors dedicate at least 50% of all public climate finance to adaptation and resilience building. As the theme of the 2021 International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction is on Target F of the Sendai Framework, which calls for increasing international cooperation to support developing countries, we call on donor countries to enhance their support to the least developed countries in the region, to help them reduce their climate and disaster vulnerabilities. In the absence of such cooperation, the graduation of these countries to middle income status could slow or even stall in the face of growing disaster costs. UNDRR stands ready to support all member states in the implementation of the Sendai Framework with the support of its partners. Key among them is the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, whom we thank for organizing this session and the entire third Disaster Resilience Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you all for your remarks. As I see that there are no further intervention, I would like now to call on Ms. Bonapace to provide concluding observations. Ms. Bonapace, the floor is yours.
Chair, and I would like to express sincere appreciation to all the member states and the sub-regional and international organizations that spoke under this agenda item. Thank you for your support. Once again, very clear that there is I would go as far as say unanimous support for strengthening regional and sub-regional cooperation. There is also support for the outcome of the thematic expert meeting, which was held yesterday, and in line with the chair's summary, member states expressed support for organizing further consultations with member states and expert meetings to shape appropriate policy tools and guidance that will support the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework by taking note of the Bangkok principles. So I'd like to commit the Secretariat to taking that work forward, and we've also taken due note of the other requests that have come to us, particularly in terms of promoting technical learning, continuing with our regional learning platform, and we've also taken note of the need to develop a set of priority activities that will continue to strengthen the capacity to monitor flood and drought extreme events, and then of course the need to continue to strengthen early warning systems. Not only do they need to be multi-hazard, but nowadays they also need to be multi-sectoral, integrated across different sectors, notably the health sector, given the ongoing pandemic. So 5 member states spoke, and 3 sub-regional organizations spoke, and 1 international organization. So I thank you all once again for your support, and we are looking forward to continuing to strengthen our partnerships as we move ahead with the mandates that you have given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonaparte. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first day of the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reductions. We will reconvene at 3 p.m. tomorrow in this room and under the SIMCUDO link to begin our discussion on agenda item 4, on review of work of the Secretariat and UN system at regional level. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.